Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live! I'm your host, Justin D. Morgan, and that dinosaur is still trying to get me. Alright, today it has been kind of cold here on the East Coast, and it is going to get really cold tonight. So if I get to the point where it is just unbearable in my basement, the stream is going to end and I will go somewhere warmer. Because it is like 45 degrees in my basement. And that's Fahrenheit, not Celsius. Alright, let's see who is in the chat, and I hope you all are somewhat warmer than I am. We have Callan. Hi, Callan. Callan says, tried emailing you. Guess I didn't get your email right. Want to send you an egret chip for your LC2. Actually, I think that's the LC that needs an egret chip. I would love to get one from you, so let's try to connect over that. We have Jeremy's Vintage Shibbly Check. Hi, Jeremy. We have One Bit Fever Dreams. Hi, Michael. We have Thomas Armstrong. Hi, Thomas. We have Mike's Future Retro. Hi, Mike. Mike says it's colder than the North Pole here on Long Island. Wow. One Bit says 25 degrees Fahrenheit, buddy. Oh, I said 45, so we're not quite that close. If it was 25 Fahrenheit in my basement, I'd probably have a pipe freezing problem. It's going to get colder this week, evenings, than more comfort, but that Arctic air is coming down, so... Oh, One Bit says, I mean outside. Yeah. Oh, we have Bill Lewis. Hi, Bill. Good to see you in the chat. Let's see here. I don't know what... It's supposed to get down to, like, some... Like... It's 29 degrees Fahrenheit outside right now. I don't know what that is in Celsius right offhand, but it's supposed to get down to... Oh, 13 degrees tonight. And then, I have no idea. I think it's actually supposed to get up to like 31 degrees tomorrow or something like that. Yeah, that polar air is kind of making it chilly here in Central Virginia. So, yeah. Oh, and we have Retro Tech Chris. Hi, Chris. Let's see here. Yeah. One Bit Fever Dream says, alright, Chris is here, party.start equals true. And he even terminated that line of code. Very nice, One Bit. Callan says, it's balmy 46 here at the moment. Houston is supposed to be warm. Yeah! Mike says, I have to get ready to go outside so I can go to work shortly, not looking to the outside. Yeah, I'm with you there. Capom says, computer, yes, we will get to computer here very shortly. Retro Tech Chris says, hi, Justin, I'm tired of shoveling snow. Yes. I started shoveling snow yesterday and then paid a neighbor. I would like to say that I did my driveway myself, but it was a very wet snow, and I paid a neighbor because it was not going to get done otherwise, because it was that heavy, and there was like 6 inches of very heavy wet snow on my driveway. So I spent money I didn't want to because it needed to be done. Mike says, maybe it's because I'm close to the ocean. Could be. One Bit says, help, computer, yes. Oh no, Chris slipped and fell on his rear in the driveway. Ouch. Thomas says, this house is strange, has 100K BTU furnace, 6 kilowatts or baseboard, and 2 fireplaces. Gupom says, I like the Walter White facial hair you've got going there. Well, that wasn't the look I was going for, but whatever. Also, it is on trial. If it gets annoying, it's going. I blame Tom Barber. He put me up to it. Alan says, money well spent. Yes. So, anyways, speaking of money well spent, I do want to make it to VCF East. That is going to be like April 2nd through 4th in Wall, New Jersey. And I do have the Coffee Go. Link is in the description. And without further ado, I am looking at a small pile of stuff that, I think you can actually see the edge of over there. So, before I forget to do it, let's go to everyone's favorite segment.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Dustin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes with these titles anyway?
All right. So, first up on the Wheel of Regrets, we'll have to move Computer's original power supply here momentarily. We have actually what is from two different sellers, one of which arrived yesterday. It was very cold, so I went ahead and opened it because I did not want it to condensate inside of the packaging. This was in a bubble wrap mailer. So these are a pair of Intel i387DX math coprocessors, because I like to do math. Apparently, one of the two motherboards these are for, you have already seen, so there we go. These are actually very interesting. They are marked 16 to 33 megahertz. And yeah, Doom on a 3D6. Actually, Doom does not use a math coprocessor. Now, Quake might start to run with one of these in there. Maybe. Anyways, we may actually... Well, we're not going to test them tonight. Or at least not at first. I want to get to Computer. But anyways, if we get done with Computer, I might pull the motherboard on the bench. Then we have the second item here, which I am probably crazy for buying one of them. I actually don't think these ever really did anything. But we'll have to put it to the test somehow to see if these actually did anything back in the day, or if they were just simply a method of separating money from your wallet and sending them to some company that wanted to help you solve a problem. And what problem would that be? Would it be the problem of wars in the world? Nope. Not probably wouldn't solve that. Famine? No, probably wouldn't solve famine. Game incompatibilities? No, probably not that. The Y2K problem? Oh yeah, there we go. This is the Y2K Solution Card, the MT2000 real-time clock and BIOS upgrade card. Just plug and play! Easy to install, standard ISA bus slot. Supports 286, 386, 486, Pentium, and later model PCs. FCC and CE approved. Yeah. Yeah, Thomas Armstrong saying Doom on a 3D6. 1bit saying Doom on a 3D6 is my teenage years in 93, 94. Cupham says, lol, a BIOS upgrade card. Yeah, 1bit says, wow, what in the world? Mike says, more like plug and pray. 1bit says, I'm hoping you have a gigantic sticker inside. Well, let's see what's inside. It has been pre-opened by the eBay seller. Hopefully they didn't take the giant sticker that might have been inside. Anyways, I guess if you want to pause and read the text, I will zoom out so that it is all visible. I will hold it there momentarily, allowing anyone that wants to read that to pause. Someday we'll put this marketing mumbo-jumbo to the test. All right, so what is inside the Y2K Solution Card? Now, we have... Wow, it is a very efficiently packaged product. We have... Did they really package it like this back in the day? This is like... Yeah, I think that is actually vintage sealed. Like, no, we're not going to give you the entire anti-static bag to make it easy to pull the card out. We're going to, like, form fit your anti-static. Well, obviously, Amazon frustration-free packaging wasn't a thing back in 1990 something. Is there a date on this card? I mean, other than the obvious year 2000. No, there's not a date on the card. All right, let's see if there's a date on the product. There we go. I think this thing is actually never used. Or it was resealed in 2000, because... There we go. The Master Call 1999 MT2000 Y2K Solution Card BIOS and RTC upgrade installation. So there is a... So it has a BIOS chip on it with holograms. And it wasn't really that great printed because I think some of it stuck to the bubble wrap. Got some decent caps on it. At least they're not REFAs. A couple, oh, that's actually a PAL chip. And some 74 series logic chip, probably an address decoder of some sort. And, oh, there we go. At least they thought to put the jumper settings on the back. And it looks like that 16-bit part of the card is there only to give them a spot to print stuff on. Interesting. All right. That took way too long to open. Let's see what else we have in here. Thomas Armstrong says, candy and bubblegum inside. One bit says, nice entry path for static from the tab. Yeah. Thomas Armstrong asking, will it work for Y3K? I don't know. One bit says, I hope it doesn't require a huge DOS driver that eats 100K of conventional memory. Oh, this gets... Oh, and sure enough... Oh, this gets good. It does have a driver disk. But this is like... It's exactly what I thought it was. Does anyone notice something funny about the driver disk? Here, let me zoom in. Oh, they had a website. www.y2ksolutioncard.com. But does anyone notice anything weird about this driver disk? Thomas Armstrong says, archive that disk. Yes. Here, I'll flip it over. It's, I think, a little more obvious here. They reused a ViewSonic driver disk. Yeah. Cup says, I love that disk is recycled. One bit. It's slapped on another label. Yeah, they totally reused a ViewSonic driver disk. It's kind of like maybe they went through the office and they're like, okay, we need floppy disks to make this upgrade card as cheap as possible. All right, give us all your driver disks that came with all your peripherals. Bill Lewis says, I guess they didn't sell many of these. Yeah. Or they made them so cheap. Anyway, it does come with a printed manual, which I'll have to archive. I'll also have to archive the BIOS. One bit says, that is exquisitely high-level trash. I love it. Sadback 356. I love that. Hi, Sadback. Welcome. Sadback says, oh, that was pretty visible that they just slapped the new label on it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that even back in 1999, you would have probably been able to see that. I somehow suspect that it would probably been fairly obvious then too. I don't think that's 25 years of sitting in the box visibility. I think that's a cheap label. Frogman says, lol, what the? Yeah. This is one of those Y2K solution cards from back in the late 90s to fix the Y2K problem. I mean, the manual is actually quite nicely printed. It's actually, looks like it's actually printed on glossy paper of some weight. It's not like I was for sure this was going to be like laser printed, pages cut in half and stapled, but this is actually like printed. They might have spent more on the manual than they did the card. One bit says the manual's 90% of the cost. Mike's Future Retro says, darn, the leather seats are cold in the car. I bet they are. I bet the manual and the box are like the two most expensive parts of this. Oh, hi, Sylvestron. Sylvestron's Bits and Bytes says, you should get ahead of the curve and patch that BIOS to prepare for the 2038 bug. You'll make a mint. Yeah. Callan says, people were freaked, and that where there was scared people, there was money to be made. Yeah, I mean, seriously, I will archive the manual and the disc and the BIOS image probably to both the RetroWeb and archive.org. Anyways, yeah. I'll just kind of flip through it. So you see, I mean, it really is what I would call a legit manual. Oh, there we go. Sticker alert. Sticker alert. Whoop, whoop, whoop. It had a sticker. All right. That made it worth it. That now I can put this in the computer and it can be certified year 2000 hardware compliant from PS Information Technology Incorporated, whoever they were. Yeah. One bit says sell it for $1,000. Yeah. It even had a warranty card. Oh, this is great. Okay, so here we go. PS Information Technology. I have no idea if they're still in business. So they have an email here, support@y2ksolutioncard.com. I'm sure that domain's probably long since no longer available. I'd be careful, though. It's some cyber squatter probably is trying to make $1 million from it. But look at their customer support email. Y2kfix@pacbell.net. I mean, they didn't even bother setting up a second email address on their domain for customer support. Callan says something to place next to your Intel inside. Yeah. Hey, Jason. Jason Spersky says, if that manual really wanted to prepare you for Armageddon, it should have included instructions to purify water and generate power with wind. Yeah. Okay, now, the one thing I wanted to know, how long is my warranty on this card? Oh, actually, that's cool. Period of 1 year from date of purchase or until December 31st, 2000, whichever date is later. So I guess my warranty goes through next year. Yay! All right, so it's the Y2K compliance card. I am going to do a stream sometime where I actually wanted to take an in-depth look at one of these to see if it actually had merit, if it actually does anything. Does it do anything that would have actually helped your computer? Or was this just basically hogwash and there were other things that would have made your computer work just fine? Because I don't think these things were necessarily cheap back in the day. So anyways, there we go. It's the Y2K Solution Card. I'm sure it's going to be a regret because I've read some reviews of some of these and I don't know that they really did much. But anyways, there we go. It's the Y2K Solution Card. I bought this one because it actually had the box and the disc and the manual and apparently had the sticker. So at least for that, no regret because it had the sticker. Somehow, though, I think I'm going to be disappointed when I actually look at this. Thomas Armstrong says, Mr. BIOS and a new battery. Yeah, that might have actually done more than this. Oh, Mike's Future Retro says, 13 more years and my 68Ks max are not Y2K plus compliant. Yeah. One bit's asking, Sylvestron's confirming domain is no longer registered. Bummer. One bit says, is that card a shortwave radio emitter receiver to communicate in post-apocalypse Y2K plus? No, I think it's just a BIOS. It's probably just a little BIOS to rehook the, real-time clock calls. If that. One bit says, if the card works, it makes you able to slap good file dates on your Lotus 123 output. Woo! Yeah. All right. And finally, I have one more potential regret. It actually came today, which I have to say, my mail carrier is awesome. I was not expecting to get mail yesterday. I was not expecting to get mail today. And my mail carrier still delivered the mail both days. Maybe that's the difference between having a rural route carrier where maybe they don't drive the standard mail trucks, but maybe that is the one good thing about being on a rural route is because the driver is driving a vehicle that maybe they're more comfortable in driving in inclement weather. Ooh, all right. Okay, so this is... Sadmax says, honestly, I wonder if the card actually does anything. Yeah, Frogman says, nice. That's why I actually want to do a live stream where we actually take a look at what the card's doing. I mean, legitimately, put it in something, try a couple scenarios where we actually watch the date rollover. I think I've got enough, definitely, non-Y2K compliant computers. And then maybe we actually disassemble the BIOS and actually try to determine what it's actually doing. Because I have a feeling any code that's on it is probably fairly simple. Famous last words. So, what is this, you might ask? All right. Oh, well, that's not quite as big as I thought it would be, but that's fine. This is, and yes, I bought it on eBay because one of the sellers I watched listed some of these for fairly reasonable price. One bit's asking, are the traces connected on the PCB? Yes, I believe there are traces on the PCB. That might be that might be a good first test for that card. We'll just see if the BIOS is even detected by software that can scan for BIOSes. That would be a good first test. All right. Frogman's asking, what the heck is that? Well, this is hopefully the solution to me always knocking over isopropyl alcohol. This is one of those alcohol dispenser bottles. And we're actually going to test it right now. So it's... all right. Because you all know that the moment I pour alcohol into one of these cups, I'm like Mr. Klutzo, and I will knock it over before I'm anywhere close to done working on something. So I got one of these bottles. So theoretically, this will let me fill this bottle with isopropyl alcohol. Spared no expense here. Of course, I didn't spare any expense as much as I knocked this over. I wasn't going to pay drugstore prices for this stuff. All right, so we are going to fill this with isopropyl alcohol. All right. Okay, I think this holds about 8 ounces. Or a little over 180 milliliters. No, okay, it's probably going to be closer to 6 ounces. Anyways, Thomas Armstrong says, I need a cat now. Okay, Sylvestron says, it'll still leak if you tip it over, just not as bad. Yeah. Yeah, if you knock one of these over, it's like, it's all out. So anyways, so what this does is you put the lid on it. And yes, if I knock this over, it will still leak. I'm fully expecting it. But you flip the lid over, open, and then you push down on this lid. Maybe with the there we go. And now there's just a little bit of isopropyl alcohol there. So now you can take your cleaning cloth or your Q-tip and wet it. And now, if I knock this over, note, I just spilled a little bit, not like that much. So there, yeah. All right, so yep, it will spill, but hopefully less spill. Also, it is a bit more stable than one of these. So yeah, there we go. It's a little isopropyl alcohol bottle. And then when I'm not using it, you close the lid, and I think that helps it, more or less kind of helps it not evaporate as fast. So there we go. It's a little, Sylvestron says it's best to press down on the center with the Q-tip itself. Yeah. So anyways, yeah, that's probably the, yeah, probably. Anyways, yep, there we go. It's a little, it's the actual thing, albeit a kind of cheap one, but I can always get a better one if I find that this actually does what it's supposed to do. So yeah, there we go. A little isopropyl alcohol bottle to keep on my bench. So that hopefully, I mean, yeah, sure. If I need to use more than that, if I'm like using a toothbrush, then sure, I can pour some into a cup or something. But anyways, hopefully if I'm just using a Q-tip to do a little quick cleaning, that will help me like minimize spills because I can just get some on the Q-tip. Oh, okay, Sylvestron says the spring thing will loosen up after a while. And gives basically no resistance anymore. All right, well, that's good to know. Anyways, that's Wheel of Regrets for today. And now we will go to Computer, where I thought I would recap. Recap as in go over why I am doing what I am doing tonight. And this is the original power supply that was in Computer. For those of you that don't know, Computer is my Apple II clone from MCA of Japan. I have no idea if MCA of Japan is still in business. I can't find much information on them. I have only seen one other clone on eBay that I believe MCA made. Was it actually made in Japan? I couldn't tell you. It could just say made in Japan. It is still one of those clones that customs would have been cracking down on. For reasons, I was watching some documentaries on the Laser 128, and one of them showed a clip from a news story talking about the illegal Apple II clones that Apple was cracking down on, and I am sure this MCA one was one of them. So this was one that made it to the market. So Jeremy says, Adrian Black has a clone identical to yours. Actually, Adrian's is not quite identical to mine. Circuit-wise, yes, I believe it is, but if you look at the silk screen of his doesn't say it was made by MCA, so I'm going to say that it's not 100% identical, although I quite honestly think that a lot of those motherboards are the same. It's just whatever got silk screened on them. But yeah, Adrian doesn't have one by MCA. So, yeah. Mega says, I'm a bit behind, but at least you got a ROM chip out of the Y2K card. You can flash with something else actually useful. That's a good point, Mega. We could see if the Y2K card could be used as a XTIDE host. That's a good idea. Maybe that's one of the tests I'll do. Anyways, this is the power supply that was in computer. David Star. Oh, hi, David. Welcome. Wasn't MCA one of the Beastie Boys? Might have been. Oh, Francois says, YMCA. Ha! Very funny, David. And Francois. Hi, Francois. So, this is the power supply that was in computer. Looking at its construction, it does not instill confidence. Something caused at least a third of the chips in computer to go bad. I cannot exclude this power supply being the cause, even though when I've tested it, it seems to be outputting correct voltages, but I cannot conclude with 100% certainty that this power supply is always staying in regulation. In fact, and I've already clipped the power connectors off of it. So anyways, I don't want to try to recap this power supply to salvage it because it's like the transformer has all these leads that go everywhere. It's like there's one of the rectifying diodes. I think one of the transistors is underneath. It just really is not instilling a lot of confidence. There's that, I think, Scholastic that I don't think it's conductive, but it sure looks like the stuff that turns conductive. Last time I tried measuring it, it wasn't conductive. But anyways, I decided, because something killed chips, I cannot conclude that it wasn't this power supply. The incoming power wiring is just disappointing. It's an awfully thin gauge. I mean, it's probably okay, but I'm like, no. I'm not going to risk it anymore. Yeah, Francois says, Thomas says, looks Hong Kong old school. Yes, it does. I would agree with you there. Anyways, I don't know if this was the original power supply for it, but it did have the right connector on it. It's a Kintech PS50, which honestly, it's just an Apple II power supply clone. There's the original. This is the original power connector, so it wasn't compatible with the Apple power connector. I replaced the power connector on computer's motherboard just because I knew I would be replacing this power supply, because I can't say that I trust it, because I don't. And I don't want it to kill more ICs. I've spent enough already on replacement ICs, and Sorcerer Stan sent me ICs. I just don't want to. I mean, sure, I know all electronics will die, but I don't want this thing to take them out prematurely. We'll put it that way. So anyways, I am not going to throw it away, because someday I would like to maybe put a replacement inside in it. But I'm going to have to find some, like, I'm going to probably put, well, I'll definitely put better wiring. Anyways, yeah, David says, that power supply looks like a future house fire. Yeah, I'm not totally convinced. I'm not going to throw this away, because if I find a good solution to refit it, then I'll probably do that. It's possible I could be convinced to put the original power connector back on computer then. But I did also kind of just notice that some of that might be where I removed it and had to apply heat to remove it, but I don't know. I don't know that I want to risk it. So anyways, I will hold on to it, in case I find a board that would actually go in here so I could refit it. But then it looks proper. But anyways, I came up with a faster solution. I bought an Apple power supply from eBay. The place where I buy the things I later regret. Now, you probably never saw this on Wheel of Regrets because, well, I don't think I did show it on Wheel of Regrets. I think I might have mentioned it briefly, but quite honestly, it just wasn't that exciting. So, there is one thing I have done. I removed the obnoxious Apple warning label from it because, well, I want you to at least partially believe it's not an Apple power supply. I'm not going to paint it black. I'm not going to try to go through that trouble. Although I do want to at least try to remove the word Apple from this, so that it just says Computer Inc. I am going to leave the what type of power supply it is just for reference. And the thing is, this is an actual UL listed power supply, so that's good. But there is a reefer cap down in here, so that's got to go. And I'm going to go ahead and recap this board. I know these power supplies don't normally need recapped, but I have recapped a couple of these, and I have found that these caps are about to the age where they are starting to leak. Maybe it's not visible yet right now, but they are starting to leak. So I am going to recap it. And then we will we'll put this in computer and we'll get to the other repair item. So this is the first item I need to do. I need to get this power supply ready to put in computer. I suspect you all will probably agree that this power supply is probably less risky. This power supply is definitely built better. Sure, I realize the transformer still could be an issue down the line. But the one thing I do like about the transformer that Aztec used is everything's just kind of nice and neat and tidy, as opposed to fly wires like flying everywhere. I had thought about getting a reactive micro board to put in the one. I'm not. Jeremy says, yes, that PSU has less jank, but that's not the spirit of Jankuary. I never said I was participating in Jankuary. I'm not the right person to participate in a month celebrating doing everything the most janky way possible. That's just not me. Oh, Jeremy says I was joking. Oh, okay, never mind. I will stand down from my soapbox I was about to get on. There are some things that I don't think that jankiness is a good place to do, and I would say power supplies is probably one of those places that maybe you should not do it janky, just because you've got mains voltages inside of these power supplies. Which, as a note, I should probably say that this is not a how-to video. This is probably not the type of thing you want to do if you don't know what you're doing inside of these power supplies. Some of these caps could have a pretty decent charge on them if this power supply had been plugged in recently. I know that this power supply has not been plugged in for several weeks. Thomas Armstrong says maybe clone it and mass produce it. So, or at least it's not had power for the 2 weeks that I've had it in my possession. So, while capacitors can hold the charge for some time, the thing is, these regular capacitors are not going to be able to hold a charge for several weeks. It's just not physically possible. All right, so I'm going to unplug the mains lead. There we go. So the blue one goes here. The blue is neutral, and the brown is live. So, anyways, that should be easier to work on. Thomas Armstrong says, hi, let's see here. Christian Iverson. Hi, Christian. Christian says, afternoon. And hi, chat. Oh, hi, Christian. All right, Francois says, not sure there's a bleeding resistor in there. I don't know if there is either, but even without a bleeding resistor, the caps are going to lose their charge. It's just the way things work like that. But still, this would be a good opportunity that if you just wanted to make sure the capacitors were dead, you can take a voltmeter on DC volts, and you can put it across the capacitors like this, and yeah, they're that one doesn't have a charge, and I think this is one of them here. Yeah, there's no charge there. Yeah, that one seemingly had like 2.4 millivolts, basically nothing. So, yeah. Anyways, I mean, there's hardly any charge. They're not. I mean, this thing's been unplugged for 2 or 3 weeks. Sylvestron says better lick the leads to make sure it's the only way. I don't know. I know there are some people that say they like the smell of reefa smoke, but no. Thomas Armstrong says, I don't think the caps are that good. Yeah, I don't think, at least these caps here, Jamicon, yeah, these aren't really that great of a cap. Oh, yeah, those are just 85-degree C caps. All right. I don't think they're leaking, but yeah, so these are some weird brand I've never heard of. So yeah, not going to really trust those. And they're 85-degree C. This one here kind of looks like this might actually be a United Chemicon. Yeah, and these are United Chemicon as well. Oh, okay, so it looks like the rest of the caps are United Chemicon. So they're decent caps, but I think they're only 85-degree C rated, so... Oh, no, actually they are 105-degree C rated. So actually these caps are decent, but I'm going to replace them all. Because these still can leak. But anyways, yeah, these ones here aren't really that great of a brand, and they're 85-degree C rated. Anyways, the way I do it is, for something like this, I pretty much do an all or nothing. Just because I find it's kind of hard to track when you do them onesie-twosie. especially if the date codes aren't really that visible. So, anyway, the Console 5 kit that I found that I had ordered for a project and I'd ordered the wrong kit. It's like they're Nichicon mostly. And there's our replacement X-Class cap to replace the Rifa, and it looks like these two smaller caps here are I think I want to say they're Panasonic. I'm having trouble seeing the brand. Anyways, so this is Sylvestron says Jamicon is Tipo, which are okay. Hi Jesse, welcome. Jesse is, as I had seen earlier on his Facebook page, Jesse is joining us from jail. However, before anyone says, oh no, what did he do? I think his charges are, thou shalt replace our IT equipment in the basement of the jail, because he's, that's what he does. He's an IT person. And, well, jails have IT equipment too. So yes, Jesse is probably working to get the equipment replaced out as quickly as possible so he can get out of there and to a more hospitable place. Because he was sharing a photo of the thermometer that was in the room with all the IT equipment, and it was at like 90 degrees Fahrenheit or something like that. Anyways, oh yeah, well, we'll test them and see, but generally, I just go ahead and recap them because then I know it's good. I will test a couple if I can find my tester. Unfortunately, I don't know where I put it right now. Francois says, Jeremy says, Tipo isn't much better than a teapot. Francois says, beware the back door there. Yeah. Yes. Anyways. Yeah, anyways, we'll hopefully, Jesse, you'll get your get the stuff switched over in an efficient manner so that you can get to better things. Oh, yeah. And there we go. That's better. So, assisting on the smoke absorption duties tonight is the knockoff Hacko that I have that normally would not sound like a jet engine spooling up, except that I replaced its kind of cheapo fan with an actual industrial fan. Like, because it had an AC powered cheapo fan in it that like a quiet fan. I found an actual AC powered industrial fan in the scrap. There's nothing wrong with the fan, but it definitely pulls way more air towards the carbon filter than the original fan does. So as for the soldering iron I'm using tonight, it is the Hacko FX951. Of course, the now discontinued Hacko FX951, because apparently Oh, oh, Jeremy said that facility was the old jail. I am, however, in the current jail. Ah, yes. Francois says, #1 fan, that's me. Yeah, well, this fan is definitely pulling its weight. Maybe sometime this year I will get a better smoke absorber. I'd like to get one of those that are like they sit on the floor and they have like a hose that you can put very close to where you're soldering. I'd really like to give one of those a try. Only because I think, well, first of all, I'd like to kind of wonder if that would have the fan far enough away that it would be less of a, get picked up less by the microphone. But also, it'd be easier to get the nozzle closer to where I'm working. So maybe it would actually absorb more smoke. I mean, you could probably see that, yes, my upgraded smoke absorber is doing a decent job of pulling the smoke that way, but if you get far enough away from it, though, it does not absorb the smoke. All right. We'll, all right, so there we go. We got those 4 off. If anything, I'm going to, Oh, hi, Anthony. Welcome. Anthony's asking, on the flip side, there's a diamond-shaped component with a heatsink around it and a silver can at the center. Oh, that one there? Yeah, that's the... Yeah. As Sylvestron's saying, that's a TO3 package. And I think that's a... I think that's a transistor. I think that might be one of the main switching transistors. Yeah, this is like the old style package for power transistors. So there's the 2 leads, or the 3 leads. So usually, yep, there we go. So the heatsink is usually connected to one of the pins, and then the other 2 are going through, but there we go. Yeah, that's how they packaged power transistors before we got the smaller packages. I'm fairly sure that it's a transistor, although they did make voltage regulators in that package too, but I'm fairly sure that's actually a transistor on this power supply. It's just kind of how old this design is, that it was designed with a TO3 package transistor. Because I think that Aztec, this is the Aztec, was AA11040B is the model number of this power supply. I believe this is like one of the, like, not, I don't think it's the original power supply that was in the Apple II, but I think it's one of the designs that was in production for quite a while. Because I think most of my Apple IIs actually have this power supply in it. In fact, even yeah, my Apple IIe has one, although it's an updated one. So these capacitors were a different value, but the only Apple II that I have that uses a different power supply is my Apple II GS. But yeah, that's how they packaged them before we got the smaller ones. All right, so here we go. There's the reefa cap. Somehow, it still has the magic smoke in it, but it's got to go. It is a capacitor non grata. I'll all right. We will, however, test these other caps I removed. Oh, hold on. I lost one of the leads. All right, one moment, please, while I fish the other lead out of the box. Oh, there's a marker that I dropped. All right. All right. Well, you would think that I would be able to find the clip lead in the box. Okay, so I don't know where I managed to drop the clip lead to. So, all right, we'll go to my backup device if I can find it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Not as nice as my other meter, but it'll have to do because I don't know where the clip lead went. All right. That is a 50 microfarad cap ESR at 3.2 ohms. Let's see what the replacement caps are rated. I think these are them. So we'll take one of the replacement caps and we'll put it in and we'll see what its ESR is. Ah, 0.75. Yes, sir. All right. All right. Well, Francois says genuine trademark. Sylvestron says I looked it up. That TO3 is a 2SC 1875 NPN transistor, 3.5 amps continuous beefy boy. Yes. Jesse says I've served my time. I was replacing a switch stack of 8 tonight. Thomas says they use it to pass high frequency AC through the smaller transformer. Christian says see the more modern version called TO3P. Those are some hefty chonkers. Yeah. All right. So let's go ahead and we'll replace these first few capacitors. Because, yeah, at least the one I spot checked had a fairly high ESR. And besides, these are, like, not really the capacitors I trust to last a long time. So we're just going to go ahead and replace them. Sure, if the capacitors are still good, I might keep them to, like, for testing, if I need to test something real quick. Anyways, all right, so we will put the replacement X-class cap in. It actually fits quite nicely there. Anthony says, those are not the capacitors you were looking for, yeah. Now, unlike some of these Aztec power supplies, this one only has the one REFA. Some of these actually have a couple other smaller REFA caps. So if you do order a Console 5 kit, the Console 5 kit does include a replacement for this cap, because I think Aztec always used a REFA, or at least used a REFA in this position frequently enough that they include the replacement, because I think their determination is if it's there most of the time, then you get a replacement. Thomas says, REFA caps are your friend. Yeah, they are your friend. They're more like your frenemy, though. They are your friend, and then they take care of your, I guess, high-frequency noise. But they're kind of your frenemy, because they get old, and I mean, I've replaced REFA caps too. It's just in this case I bought a Console 5 kit, and Console 5 usually does not make you put the same plastic paper capacitor back in your board. All right, so there. I think there was just some flux residue on this board. I don't think they had leaked. But yeah, I have used REFA caps before, knowing that full well that they will crack and let moisture in 30 to 40 years. It has to do with whether I can find one that'll fit properly or not. I have a couple boards where I just couldn't find a proper fit with another brand, so I gambled it. I mean, I guess if you get another 30 to 40 years and have to replace that cap, then, well, you're probably doing pretty good at that point. Thomas says most new REFA caps are X2 rated. Yeah, they are they are better rated, and quite honestly, they may be using better plastic these days too, so. Christian says, I highly suspect Rifas are lactose intolerant. Well, I suspect this whole power supply is lactose intolerant. I mean, I doubt it would take too kindly to ingesting milk. And quite honestly, that might actually apply to any milk, not just dairy milk. Somehow, I don't suspect this power supply would take too kindly to ingesting soy milk, or almond milk, or cashew milk, or even nothing milk, which I think would also be called water. Thomas says, Rifa are made in France. Oh, well, that's neat. Well, this one was made in... Oh, it doesn't say. Maybe it says somewhere. All right. Francois says nobody's perfect. Thomas says steamed eggnog. Yeah, I doubt this power supply would like steamed eggnog either. I've been watching videos on a channel called Tasting History with Max Miller. And one of his videos was eggnog that was worthy of a riot. I don't think this power supply would even appreciate that high-quality eggnog. Although, actually, quite honestly, given the cause of the riot, maybe it wasn't high-quality eggnog. It might have actually just been eggnog made with the liquor they got. So it might have actually been low-quality eggnog. So there you go. That's the random YouTube channel mention of the evening. Tasting History with Max Miller. I think that's his name. Jesse says dairy is actually worse for electronics than water. Not that water is good for them. Yeah. Jeremy says old Rifas are bound for what the Spanish call el basura. Yes. All right. So we got some nice Nichicon caps there. Let me just double check that I got positive, 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 positive. I wouldn't want my anyone to think that I'm from the mirror universe tonight. All right, now one cap the first cap that I usually see that starts to leak on these power supplies is this one here. So we're going to pull this one and check it, because I'm actually having trouble telling what brand it is. I could be convinced tonight to... I could be convinced to leave these. But I also could probably tell you that I might eventually replace them anyways, even if you convinced me to not do it tonight, just because I find it easier to track if I just recap the power supply and then I mark it recapped. That's kind of why I usually do the all or nothing. Now, for those of you that are more recent to my channel, when I say all or nothing, I don't mean the whole computer necessarily. I mean all or nothing of a particular part of the computer. So if I'm recapping a power supply, then I like to recap the whole power supply. because then I can mark the power supplies recapped. It doesn't mean I'm going to go and replace all the caps on the motherboard too. It's just I recap the power supply as a unit. Or if I'm recapping the motherboard, then I like to recap the whole motherboard. Where reasonable, that is. And when I do that, that usually just means all the electrolytics. I'm not going to go replace ceramics or tantalums necessarily. Unless it's an old IBM board, and then I'm usually recapping tantalums because we all know that they like to go throw temper tantalums. Wah, 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 wah. Thomas Armstrong says, coffee with sugar and cream are great for electronics. Yes. Oh, that's actually United Chemicon, so that actually should be a decent cap. But let's see what the judges say. All right, we'll put this cap in. Yeah, I need to get a new battery, but oh, look at that. That cap is still in spec. It's actually pretty good. Although, I guess, let's see what brand they're, oh yeah, because that's 105 degrees C rated. Alright, let's see what they included in the kit to replace it with, because, let's see here, that's a 22010. Ooh, I think they, oh, nice. Actually, I think they, Thomas Armstrong says, I had a tantalum fail in a linear power supply. Ooh, I bet that was fun. Alright, so I'm good. I realize this cap was probably good, but I'm going to go ahead and replace it, because the replacement is a 220 microfarad 16 volt. So actually, slightly better spec cap. And it's a Nichicon, so actually, I think I'm just going to probably go ahead and recap this whole power supply. That's normally what I do. Alright. Now, if anyone's wondering, is computer a computer that I would consider taking to VCF East? The answer is yes. I will find a way to make it meet the theme of my table, which I do have to. I gotta actually submit the application for that. Yeah, that is a good point. Hi, Stephen. Welcome. Anthony says, when a meter is calculating the microfarads of capacitor, is there any real working load placed on it? That is to say, could it test good on a meter and not work correctly in its application? Yes, that is possible. Yeah, Thomas Armstrong says it's just voltage and time, so a very weak test. Some of these meters will actually vary the frequency. So it gives it a little bit more of a challenge, but there's no real load placed on it. Sea Turtle. Oh, hi, Sea Turtle. Sea Turtle says, sweet traces. Yeah. I suspect this is a board that was hand-drawn. And if you want to know how I say that, it's because of the shapes of the traces. Just how they're round and curvy. If this had been auto-routed, they would probably be more likely to be in more straight lines. So yeah, I think someone actually hand drew this board. Which was done a lot in early computers, so... Alright, so these are 220 microfarad 10 volts. Alright. So we'll put one in the tester just for indication, but I did notice something about one of these that oh, it had something on it. I don't think it had leaked, but it had something on it. Now that's... Oh. Oh. Okay, that cap is... If that measurement is correct, that cap is out of spec. That's a 220 microfarad cap. That's out of spec. It is out of spec high, but it is out of spec. And that one is also out of spec high. I have heard, although I'm not an electrical engineer, so I can't confirm it as true, but I have heard that one of the first signs that a cap is going bad is that it can actually start reading high on capacitance. Yeah, I need a new 9-volt battery. That's for sure. I looked when I was at the grocery store last for a battery, but the grocery store wants too much for 9-volt batteries. They're selling it as a convenience item, because like, they're selling it because you're just going to pick one up because you're already there for everything else and you don't want to stop somewhere else. So they charge convenience prices. I'll pick one up next time I'm at the hardware store. Oh, no, actually what I was going to do is I was going to order one from Amazon. Because actually, I need a couple of 9-volt batteries because I have multiple meters that take 9-volt batteries and all have low or dead batteries. So I was going to start the new year off with new batteries, and I have yet to remember to order them. That way, at least, I could have fresh meters. Yeah, Thomas Armstrong says, out of spec high is a sign of a bad cap most often. So, yeah, even though those were a good name brand, they're also like 40-year-old caps. So, Jeremy's asking me, so maybe I'll order new 9-volt batteries before 2026. Actually, what I'm going to do, Jeremy, is I'm going to take a moment and I'm going to add them to my subscribe and save order. So at the worst, I'll have them on the 23rd. if I forget to order them any sooner, I'll have them in my subscribe and save order. Oh, there's an 8 count for $11.39. Oh, no, $9.68 after subscriber discount. That's a really good price. Actually, that might be the... All right, I think that's the winning price. Because honestly, for batteries like this, where they're for meters, I'm not too picky as long as it's a brand that I don't think that they're just going to like leak in the first week. All right, there we go. There we go. Looks like I will be getting some later this month, Jeremy. They are now in my subscribe and save order. So, worst comes to worst, if I forget to pick one up sooner for that meter, then at least I will have 8 for all of my meters. For like a total of $10.19 because, yay, Amazon has their own brand, so they're, well, for batteries that are just going to deplete quickly because some of these meters are power hogs, well, quite honestly, I'm not too worried about them lasting long enough to actually be a leak concern. So, now, if I were actually buying batteries for a smoke detector, I would probably buy Energizer or Duracell. And that capacitor is, oh, yeah, that one's reading out of spec high too. Now, some of that could be the meter, but that was like reading out of spec very high for a 330 microfarad cap, so... Ooh. Jesse says no Duraleak. Yeah, no Duraleak. Actually, this cap here is actually smelling kind of foul. It doesn't smell like fish, but it does smell, kind of smells like the seal might be degrading. So, maybe it's good that I'm recapping this power supply, because I think this cap is, it's smelling extra rubbery. Actually, you know, maybe I should smell these other 2 caps here. Not that I advise smelling them, but... No, these don't... No, okay, those don't really smell. And the big ones I removed don't really smell. But yeah, that one I just removed. Definitely... something's up with it. So, alright, we will replace that cap. Oh, wait. Is the cap beside it the same value? Oh, yeah. The cap beside it is the same value, even though it's like a different size capacitor. I think maybe Aztec realized they needed a larger value and had to put a smaller one. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad I'm kind of glad I'm just going ahead and replacing the caps. Anyways, I guess back to the, yeah, if I had to say right now which computers I would like to take to VCF East, computer is like one that I would like to take because it's going to run any Apple II software I could think of putting on display. But I would like any of you all that are able to go to VCF East, assuming they accept my proposal, and I'm actually an exhibitor, I'd like you all to have a chance to see Computer, hopefully in its completed form. So instead of taking an Apple II Plus, I would take Computer. All right, so this other cap here, well, it doesn't smell. It's the same value as that one I just removed before it, but it's a different size cap. Okay, now it's actually in spec. But I kind of usually... Yeah. If I was going to partially recap a board, though, I usually would try to replace all the ones of the same value, because that makes it easier to note if there's something I've missed. So... All right. And this will leave us 5 capacitors to go. And... oh, wow, those are just going to be the cutest little capacitors you've ever seen. I'm going to actually... oh, I had a capacitor trying to run away there. All right. All right. All right, good night, Francois. Glad you could join us for a little while, but I understand that it is quite late there, so... I always appreciate you joining for as long as you can. So far... all right, so those are going to sit a little higher on the board just because of the style of legs that they have. And that's okay. Power supply's closed. You'll never see that I've recapped it anyways, other than the inevitable note I'll put on it to remind me that, yeah, it still looks pretty good. Thomas says sleep is overrated. Alright, so let's go ahead and get the 680 microfarad cap. I'm kind of going value by value. And then we'll get the 4,000 microfarad caps. Oh, I didn't realize it was already 9:30. Wow. Where does time fly when you're having fun recapping? All right. That's okay. We only have 3 sockets to replace on computer's motherboard, so I think we're doing fine on time. All right. Now, the reason I'm replacing 3 sockets is because I need to put sockets that will actually hold some. Oh. Well, that's lovely. An ESR of 0, but that cap is out of spec high, like very high. Ooh, and I'm getting that sense of rubberiness from it. I'm thinking that I might be recapping this. Thomas says, will there be a REFA test? No, there will not be a REFA test tonight. Maybe someday I'll do a REFA test stream, but it would be one I would do, or it would be one I would do outside, because I don't want my basement to smell like ew day REFA for weeks on end. Or I'll send it to someone to test for me. Alright. There will be a smoke test of this power supply, though, because there's no way around that. Alright, so there we go. That big, tall, old cap is being replaced by this much shorter replacement cap that actually is rated at a higher voltage. Alright. I guess if you're here while I'm thinking of it, don't forget to smash that like button. Subscribe and turn on notifications so you'll know when I go live on future live streams. Because even though I'd kind of like to wrap I'd like to wrap the electronics work on Computer up tonight, I do know that there is some work I need to do to the case, mainly to get the old cruddy packing tape off of it. And I also, even though I'm not the greatest at designing freeform stickers, I would like to design a new case badge for computers. So, because when I clean the packing tape off the case, I am unfortunately going to lose the stickers that someone put where the old case badge was. But never fear, I have an idea for a case badge that will, I think, both make sure that if you're looking at the computer, if I have it on display somewhere, you'll know what it is, but will also kind of honor the 3 cheap stickers from the 90s that are holographic that, unfortunately, the seller of Computer put packing tape right over top of them to make sure that the lid did not get lost, I guess, in transit. But unfortunately, well, that means I'm going to lose the stickers. Because honestly, if there was a way I could get the packing tape off without damaging the stickers, I would leave the stickers there out of laziness more than anything. But unfortunately, they didn't put the tape on very well over the stickers, and the tape is peeling back. So unfortunately, I don't think I can save the stickers. Now, could I maybe find some more stickers like it on eBay, the place where I buy the things I later regret? Yeah, sure, but I'm just going to design a case badge. Now, if I do design the case badge, thanks to the fact that I'll have to buy more than one sticker, I will probably might actually be the first thing that I would add to my merch store that I would be fulfilling, so that you could actually maybe, if you wanted a commemorative computer sticker that's in the shape of a case badge, conveniently, well, I'll probably have them in my merch store. But not to jump the put the horse before the cart there, I have to design them and get them printed, and hopefully they fit. Anyways, hi Steve, welcome. We have Mac84 Steve. Yes, Mac84 Steve was not crazy enough to buy a computer, so I did. Mac84 Steve's response probably is something like, yeah, for once, I dodged a bullet for not buying the computer that needed lots of work. Or something of that effect. So I have to admit, earlier today was browsing eBay for certain items. One of which was local talk cards for image writer printers, and now I just want to maybe accidentally stumble upon one in a printer, because golly, the prices eBay sellers want for local talk cards for image writers. Mac S. Steve says eBay, a dangerous place. Yes, eBay is a very dangerous place, especially when you have an idea for something for your VCF East table. And a local talk card and an image writer printer would be a good way to do it, potentially. Okay. That's just crazy. I think this... Oh, actually, I do kind of smell a rubbery smell in those capacitors, so maybe they are out of spec. Jesse says, I had 2 lowball offers in a row accepted. I'm scared. Thomas Armstrong says, eBay keeps rude language controls at maximum. Well, I mean, I did buy something on eBay today. Oh, and I have to thank Francois for seeing it and posting it to the Macintosh Friends Discord, because it was not something I was looking for, but it was kind of something I, in the back of my mind, was thinking I would like. Jeremy says, it's good and bad that you can tell the caps are out of whack, like the Pinball Hero. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, so, yeah, I meant to mention, well, I thanked Francois on Discord, but anyways, he had seen that someone had a, well, okay, since it was on Discord, and I'm sure some of you all might have seen my comment, and because you'll probably might forget before April Apples gets here, so. But Francois saw a seller on eBay that had listed a laser 128. And they had apparently just dropped the price to $175. So now, if you were wondering why in the world I was watching some eBay videos on the Laser 128 today, well, that is why. apparently the Laser 128 was like the only Apple II clone that Apple was not able to sue out of existence. Because actually, I think Apple lost the court case against VTech, because unlike all the other Apple II clones where they had just blatantly copied the ROMs and Apple was able to successfully sue them for copyright infringement of the ROMs, VTech actually did what Compaq had done for the PC, and VTech had done a clean room re-implementation of the Apple ROMs. So Apple was unable to prove that VTech copied their ROMs because the courts had ruled that you couldn't copy the ROM, but there's nothing prohibiting re-implementing an API or whatever the, I guess the ruling was when IBM sued Compaq. So apparently the Laser 128 was the only Apple II clone that Apple couldn't take off the market because they had done the clean room re-implementation of the ROMs. So there we go. We have a recapped power supply. Look at that. All nice and beautiful caps. I'll get back to the chat here in a moment. Because now I am, though, as much as I didn't want to, so soon after setting up my nice alcohol dispenser, I do need to pour a little bit into a cup because I now need to clean the board with a toothbrush. But in this case, though, I don't need to use as much because this is just to clean the board before I put it back in the case. All right, let's see here. So, see here. Jesse was saying I had 2 lowball offers in a row accepted. I'm scared. And one of those lowball listings are local to me. Ah. Thomas Armstrong said eBay keeps the rude language controls at maximum. Jeremy's comment about the Pinball Hero, he's explaining Pinball Hero was blind, deaf, had a diminished sense of touch, so he got around by his sense of smell. Sometimes with my sinuses the way they are, I'm surprised I can smell things like the rubbery smell of the bottom of the capacitor. But I'm kind of wondering if that's maybe the rubber seal degrading, because I've always thought that in order for the cap to leak, well, the seal probably has to go bad or degrade, and I'm wondering if I was smelling the seal degrading, because it kind of had that butyl rubbery type smell. I'm wondering if I really was smelling rubber because the rubber is breaking down. And that could have been a sign that those caps would have started leaking sooner rather than later. Anyways, I just want to kind of clean this power supply up a little bit. Kind of get the flux that was in my solder off, as well as some of the factory flux, because, I mean, just worked on the board. Might as well be nice and clean before I put it back in. All right. Thomas says rubber over heat or something. All right. So we'll let that alcohol. Set this aside for a moment to let the alcohol dry. Alright. Let's see if while that is off the board, or off to the side. Alright. Turn my soldering iron off. Turn that off. Oh, yeah, heating. Thomas Armstrong says, heating, sorry, small keyboard, big fingers. Yes, I know the feeling. All right, so while we are waiting on that, let's see if we can't maybe clean this mess up where I removed the label. So I think what I want to try, probably some Gugon. Get this stuff everywhere, but I also don't want to wait forever to get that adhesive off. All right. All right, so we'll let that soak a moment. And we'll see if maybe I can. If maybe if I can find a scraper or something. Yeah. I don't think I've got a scraper down here. I've got a spudger. All right. Looking to see what I might have that would be able to scrape adhesive. Well, that might not be a bad. Anyways, since this is the side of the power supply that sets face up, I had this brilliant idea to remove the sticker Apple normally puts on the power supply. So that if I had the case open, it wouldn't be so obvious that it was an Apple power supply that I had put in computer. Because I kind of had the thought of painting the case black to make it look more like the original supply, but I kind of decided I wasn't going to go through that trouble. But I did decide I would at least remove this sticker off the top because it is branded. It had Apple branding on it. I might make a more a warning sticker to replace it that would look more like something you might find in a generic power supply. For that, I might just laser print something. So something that at least if you were just kind of looking in the case, it would look okay. But it would probably be kind of obvious it was laser printed just because I don't want to. I'm not going to have a bunch of stickers printed up of a power supply warning sticker. Unless I come up with something really neat that people want, just as a kind of generic power supply warning sticker that you could put on a power supply. That just doesn't seem to be something that would be very popular to me. So I'll probably laser print something. I may go get some like glossy sticker stock that you can put in an inkjet printer and find an inkjet, someone I can borrow their inkjet printer for 30 minutes and at least so it'd be a glossier sticker. that might have a little bit more of a staying power in convincing someone that at a brief glance that it's an actual warning sticker and not just something I threw in a laser printer, but kind of a lower priority thing. If I don't get it done, then, well, it won't stop me from showing computer off with the lid open. Well, I guess the one nice thing is computer's going to smell like orange for a while. Alright, so there's that. Well, there's still adhesive. I'm wondering if maybe some isopropyl alcohol will get the rest of that off. That did get the bulk of the adhesive off of it. Also got gone down around the outlet. Oh well. Alright. Alright. Oh, hey Dave, welcome. Got Dave's Vintage Apple Tech here. Alright. 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 Alright, let's see if I can't. There we go. We'll first start with the isopropyl alcohol that was in the Dixie cup. Alright, let's see if that will cut through this adhesive. I have to put more Goo Gone on it. Maybe that is getting it off of there. I had some packing tape down here. That would probably use packing tape to kind of get that adhesive up. I don't think gaffer's tape would do the same thing, though. It's a totally different type of adhesive. No, that's a no. That's not doing anything to that adhesive. All right. Petroleum-based is best for adhesive. My go-to is WD-40. Yeah, that would... If I had WD-40, that would, Oh, wait a minute. I might have something. I don't have any WD-40, but I do have some 3-in-1 fast-acting penetrant, which I believe is petroleum-based. It also is in a dropper bottle, so I might not make a huge mess of it. Alright, let's see if maybe this'll maybe get that petroleum off. Or I'll try some more goof off. Oh, actually, that might actually be doing the trick right there. And that's actually a whole lot easier to drop. Oh yeah, that's definitely petroleum based. I can smell it. All right. Plus, that dropper bottle is way easier to drip than the the goof off, which is in a spray bottle. Although I guess I could have. All right, so we'll let that soak for a moment or two, and then I'll try to wipe it up. All right, just get the rest of the adhesive off the bottom of this. See if maybe that was long enough there. I mean, if I get it close, because the thing is, you're going to see an outline that there was a label here anyways. If I can get it close, then if I do make a label for the bottom of it, then I can put the label in the bottom and hopefully it won't leave. I just basically want to try to get the adhesive off. So if I put a label over top of it with a recreated clone power supply warning label, then there's no adhesive underneath it to make it look unsightly. Oh wow, that almost got it right there. I think that might have done it. All right, there's that. Let me wipe up some of the. Okay, there we go. I think that 3-in-1 penetrating oil did the trick. All right, let me now, because I know that oil would prevent a sticker from sticking, so I'm going to go ahead and wipe down the sides of this with some isopropyl alcohol. Although, granted, if I put a label on it, I'll probably wipe it down again. But let's at least take care of that. Also, I got some goof off in this area. I'm going to flush that there. All right. With some contact cleaner. There we go. We'll let that kind of drip dry there. Let me. All right. So now the one thing I do want to go do is I did use oil. So the Goo Gone is just a citrus-based thing. So I don't have to worry about the rags I used the Goo Gone on. But I am going to set these paper towels off to the side and not in a clump, because this is oil, and you don't want to clump oily rags. Even the small amount Now, I have one more thing I would like to try to do. I have no idea how successful it will be and how much of a mess I might make doing it. But I would like to see if, with some acetone, I can get the Apple branding off the end of this power supply. And to test that, I don't really see much of an inconspicuous spot. Alright, I guess if I was to wipe something off that is inconspicuous and also wouldn't be inconvenient, I guess the Made in Taiwan would be my choice of something I can try to remove with acetone. And if it works, well, I'll know it works. But if it, doesn't work completely, then I think I'd be okay with it. So I'm going to try to remove the Made. Oh, that actually is doing something. Not as quickly as I thought it might, though. Okay, I think I think what that's telling me is that theoretically could work, but it's going to take so long to do that. Yeah, I'd have to sit there for a while. So anyways, I'm going to, for now, not worry about it. I'll leave the Apple branding on the power supply. I guess it's not the end of the world. I mean, theoretically, if you had one of these back in the day, you had one of these clones back in the day and it used the same power connector, I mean, people swapped parts between these computers to keep them in service as long as possible. So what's to say that someone couldn't have swapped an Apple power supply into a clone that had the same power connector? All right, we'll just go with that. All right, so I think I got all the... Dave, I was using acetone, and it was taking for... It was not... It was coming off very slowly, and I have a large amount of text to remove. Unless you got a trick for, yeah, yeah, I tried acetone. It's going to take longer than I have the live stream. I mean, maybe I'll still try it, but it... Sylvestron says the trick is to put the acetone on sandpaper. Yes, that would definitely do it. All right. Just trying to make sure that the power switch is good. Because I was trying to keep the goof off to the top, and I did drip some around the sides. I don't think I got any in the power switch. But I just flushed it with a bit more contact cleaner to make sure that the only thing in the switch is hopefully contact cleaner. Yeah, I mean, I might, Dave says, or use steel wool. Well, Dave, the thing I want to do, I just want to remove Apple. But I don't want it to be obvious. I'm okay with leaving computer for reasons that someday you'll see, but I mean, after all, I do call computer. Sharpie. Oh, Sharpie. Now, there's an interesting thought. So, yeah, then I can get the Sharpie off with obviously, if this works, I can get a bigger Sharpie. All right. And, all right. Oh. Sylvesteron was saying, just to color it in. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that would, actually, that could, actually, I think I have a coworker that had to do something like this. Had to, like, remove some text off of a metal surface. I thought he used acetone. But I'll double check that there wasn't some other solvent or, like, some trick he used to... And it's possible he's just going to tell me that, yeah, that's what I used, acetone, but it took forever. But maybe there is no way of speeding it up. Alright, so let's plug the incoming power back in. So the blue wire just plugs into neutral. I'll plug that in as far down as I can get it. All right, the brown wire goes here on live. All right. Kind of a bit finagly to get the board in. There we go. Got the board in. I am going to take my needle nose, try to see if that neutral will go in any further. Oh, I think it is in as far as it'll go. All right. There we go. Now I will put the screws back in. Sylvester has redactor computer ink. Yeah, I'll just leave it saying Apple for now. Ultimately, if I can find a way to make a better board fit in the original power supply. Unfortunately, the original power supply, the way its board is retained is grooves. So the board in the original power supply is wider than the ones Apple used. Because I had thought about just getting a reactive micro power supply kit. Because you get the power supply and it's a decent quality power supply. And you get the board and it's just kind of a ready-made. And the clone uses the same voltages as the real Apple, so no problem there. But unfortunately, the board for their kit is made to fit the Apple power supplies, which used this width of board, and the clone power supply, at least the one that was in computer, is a wider board. So either I gotta like cut a piece of material, preferably something that's a UL94V0 rated if it's going to be in a power supply with high voltages. Cut something to fit and then put mounting locations for the standard Apple power supply mount in it. I think the power supply is tall enough that I think that would work. Or I just have to design a board to take the reactive micro power supply, but would be wide enough for a clone power supply. But I don't know if there's enough clone power supplies out there to make it worth doing that. I mean, that's not necessarily something I would sell, but like if I am the one that has the problem and no one else, it's not worth it to me to sit down and fight with HiCAD's lack of an auto router to make a board for a power supply. But if I find out that, yeah, there's plenty of clone power supplies out there and they all use the same grooves in the bottom to hold the power supply board in, then maybe it's worth it. I mean, assuming they're all use roughly the same size board. I'm trying to find the grommet that goes in the power supply. I've creatively located it for my convenience, apparently. I thought I set it off to the side so I wouldn't lose it. I have thusly lost it. All right, hold please while I look to see if I've gotten it mixed up with the capacitors. Maybe I did. All right. All right, let me also, I've managed to spray goof off further than I wanted to, so let me see if I can't. No, nope, can't clean it up because I'm out of paper towels down here. All right. Okay, let me. If I can't find that grommet. I probably knocked it on the floor. All right. At least not get goof off over everything as I put this thing back together. I don't see it. Oh wait, is that it? No, that's not it. Ah. Oh, well, there's the flashlight I knocked off my bench like a couple minutes before I started streaming. All right. Okay, let's see here. There. All right. All right. Let's see here. Oh, well, at least it's, according to my little thermometer here, it's about 54 degrees in my streaming area. So I did turn my heater on high. Normally I just run it on low, but I turned it on high tonight, so that I would maybe still go till normal time. All right. Okay. All right. Looking for the grommet because I got. Oh, there it is. It was behind my behind the solder wick. All right. I got goof off on it, so I will goof off with contact cleaner. Yeah, I had it was windy enough today that while I was out kind of trying to make sure my driveway was going to be as acceptable as possible in the morning, although I know I'm going to have icy spots on the driveway and we'll have to fix that first thing in the morning. It was windy enough outside that I put on thermal overalls and, well, I'm still wearing them. So it's also probably also why I'm not a complete frozen block of ice right now, because the heat I've got running and my thermal overalls are quite nice. They're not like super insulated, but just enough. Because yeah, even though I paid a neighbor to use their snowblower on my driveway, it was actually starting to flurry while he was here last night doing it. But the thing is, they were only calling for up to an inch more. So it was, he was like, okay, if you got problems, call me tomorrow. But I've told him, well, if we get only what they're calling for, I'll be fine. I can handle an extra inch of precipitation. So I kind of, yeah, that I fairly quickly kind of pushed to the side. Gutbomb's asking, what have I missed? I recapped this Apple Aztec power supply because this is going to be Computer's replacement power supply. Since its original one, I do not trust its original power supply. And no, I just had a screw go onto the floor. Unfortunately, it's not one of the ones for this power supply, though. I just counted. I have all the screws accounted for this power supply, which means I think I have a screw. I think one of the screws for the LC power supply I took apart on Dave's stream, I believe, is I think that's actually what was attached to my screwdriver, was an LC screw. Oh well. Thermal compound on my Well, Gutbomb, my choices were use a power supply I don't trust, and that could cook more chips. Find something I could fit inside of the original power supply. But I don't like the wiring that's in the power supply either, so I was going to have to rewire it anyways. Because or get an actual Apple power supply and recap it. And I started looking, and I found this one at a decent price on eBay. So I was like, all right. So I decided that what I was going to do, I know it kind of seems anathema to put an actual Apple power supply in a clone computer, but I figured that the best course of action would be that I would start with an actual Apple power supply. And that would be what I would use up front. Now, the nice thing is, I don't have to leave this power supply in computer. If I can find a way to fix up the old power supply by replacing its guts, then I can always put that in computer, and now I have a recapped Apple power supply that I can put in an actual Apple II. So this is not a wasted purchase, unless, of course, the thing goes up in smoke on the first power up. But I thought it made sense that if I was going to do something temporary so that I could put the Apple power supply that's in computer back in the Apple II it came out of, like, you know, buying I want to say it was $25 for this power supply. I think I found one that was selling for a cheaper price for some reason. So I was like, okay, I guess for $25 I can have an Apple power supply that would eventually become a spare power supply, or if I get an Apple II that doesn't have a great power supply, or, quite honestly, if I get tired of my Apple II GS making squealing noises, I think the Apple II GS uses the same power ratings as... Oh, I think it might have a different power plug. But anyways, there we go. Jeremy says, if I knew the dimensions of the original power supply PCB, I could help. Well, if that is like down on my list, because honestly, if I've got a power supply, anyways, yeah. So it's an Apple power supply. I did remove the warning label on the top, so if I have it open, it's not like overtly an Apple power supply. But yeah, it's an Apple power supply. Mom says that's cheating. Yeah, I know. Well, I know it's cheating, but here's the thing. I think I can trust the Aztec power supplies. I can't trust the power supply that was in computer because it looks like it was just made poorly and cheaply. Yeah. I don't want to put something in a computer that's going to risk having it go out of regulation and frying more chips. I spent $50 on computer, and quite honestly, I've probably seemingly spent $100 at least on replacement ICs, and actually probably $150 on replacement ICs, 100 to 150 on replacement ICs, and $100 on sockets. I think at that point I have the right to use an Apple power supply, so I can And here we go. You were probably wondering when in the world I would go get computer. Well, computer is a bit disassembled still. And apparently I got something on it. Oh, no, that's not something I got on the keyboard. That's just high quality keyboard, spelled Qualtee. So here we go, if anyone's wondering. I actually have a separate bag for all of the chips I have replaced in computer, and that's like, I think, a third of the ICs. And yeah, that's even one of the ROMs. Oh yeah, I got a super serial card for it. Okay, that's actually, you're probably thinking, that's actually not Computer's motherboard. That's my other Apple II clone motherboard. I don't have a case or anything for it. Here we go. This is Computer. So, there's the power supply I've been using with Computer. Power supply I recapped back in September. And I think this actually came out of my Apple IIe Platinum. So my Apple IIe will be happy to get its power supply back. That one was actually made in Malaysia. This one was made in Taiwan. All right, so I am going to go ahead and mark. Oh, hi, Bruce. Welcome. All right, recap. 1/7/2025. All right. So there we go. I have marked that I recapped it. I kind of always, I didn't put it in a like super obvious place, but it is somewhere where I'd be able to see if I'm looking at it. It's not marked on the bottom, but it's not marked on the top. All right. Because I know I need to put replacement sockets in Computer, and I'll get to it in a moment, which sockets. But hi, Bruce. Welcome. And yeah, Capcom says way more trustworthy than the hack job they used. Yeah. Jeremy says all those chips and no stinking dip. Well, the dip is in the motherboard. So what have I done to Computer so far? I have replaced all the sockets. I mean, literally all the sockets. I've replaced the power supply. Right here's the power supply. I had to replace, I think it was ROM chip 2, because one of its legs was broken. I took the label off of it and put it back on. So if you don't look at it too close, you won't see that the label didn't quite come off correctly. And I have tested the memory. So I know this memory's good. So let's go ahead and, I don't know what computer this was in, but let's go ahead and test this power supply and Computer so I can make sure it's still working. Oh, all right, I don't know why the power supply is not plugging in. Weird. Oh, there we go. I was just doing it wrong. All right. There we go. I just want to, I don't have the keyboard plugged in. I just want to see that it powers up. So we get a beep out of the speaker, assuming I plug the speaker in right. We get a, I guess the banner and cursor on the screen. And I'll, anyways, let's see here. Let me turn on the outlets here. There we go. So anyways, 3, 2, 1. Oh. I might have plugged the speaker into the wrong. All right, 3, 2, 1. There we go. That's better. And capture input is, I got the wrong input on. Ah, there we go. Computer. Will it do anything without the keyboard? Yes, it does. This one will actually do this without the keyboard. So we have a fully working Apple II power supply that is freshly recapped. There were a couple caps that my tester did seem to indicate were going bad, so I'm not feeling bad at all about recapping it. I will quickly test voltages here. All right, that's 5 volts there. That was a 5-volt rail. Negative 12. Yep, we got negative 12. That looks good. Luckily, the computer's motherboard's marked with what they should be. Negative 5 there. Yeah, that's a good solid negative 5. And see, this should be, oh, if I can get my multimeter probe. 12. Yep. All right. We got good voltages. Bruce says, it knows it's a computer. It's self-aware. Turn it off. Yeah. All right. So, computer's working good. Power supply's working good. Now, why do I need to replace sockets? There's the question. All right. I don't really want to replace any more sockets on computer. I have done enough rework on the board. I have replaced all the sockets. There are a lot of sockets on an Apple II or a clone. And I really don't want to have to replace any more sockets. However, there is a problem with 3 of the sockets that I replaced. Now, is the problem that the sockets are bad? No, the sockets are totally fine. They are sockets. They are working as sockets. And if the 3 that I need to replace were any other place on the board, I wouldn't have to replace them. However, there are 3 sockets on an Apple II or clone that are actually special sockets. And they actually should be, or they are sockets where you might have a ribbon cable or a device plugged into them. And I used the wrong sockets for them because the sockets I used have a lip. And the sockets that I should have used something different on are the game port, ideally the memory chip at E3. I may have put the wrong designation in the, although I mean, no, I'll probably go ahead and replace it carefully. And the keyboard. And the way I know that I should have used a different socket is I cannot plug the keyboard into this keyboard socket with and the keyboard actually seat well enough to work as a keyboard. It actually makes such poor contact that the computer repeatedly beeps because I think the keyboard keeps resetting. So, what I have done is I posted to Tinker Different asking if anyone knew what the name of the sockets were that Apple used for those 3 special positions. And unfortunately, I didn't really come up with a name for those sockets. However, the response I did get was asked the hypothetical question, well, Justin, could you use a machined socket? Because those usually don't have a lip. And I found a random machine socket in the basement, plugged this cable in, and it seemed to work well. It just was the wrong sized machine socket. So, oh, hey, Sean. We have Action Retro Sean here saying, hey, that's not a real Apple. Yeah. No, it's not. So anyways, for the random machine socket I found, it seemed to work well. So then I went to Mauser because I had to order stuff from Mauser, and I didn't know which of these might work the best. Sadback says, of course not, Sean. It's a computer. Oh, hi, Jean-Francois Parr. I did not take French, so I apologize if I butchered that, but welcome. It's better than a real Apple. More keys. Yeah, it actually supports lowercase, too. Anyways, so I ordered 3 different type of sockets. And I'm going to see if any of these work well with this cable. So the first one here is one that actually looks a lot like the original socket, but it's machined. And let's see here. Do these style pins fit well? I'm going to call that a no. That's actually kind of lower profile, less contact that I want. So, anyways. So, these are Mil-Max IC sockets. I have no problems with the quality of them. Those actually look like really good sockets. But doesn't really fit that well. So we're going to set those aside. Sean says, if Woz didn't want lowercase, then I don't want it either. Ah. All right, good that that's close enough. Yeah. All right, so the second ones I got here are a different Mil-Max. Oh, those are low profile too. Okay. So those are also not... Please tell me that I ordered... Oh, good. These are Pressy Dip. Which also kind of look like... Oh, these aren't quite as low profile. Okay, so how do these cables fit into these sockets? Is this any better of a fit? I want something where I feel like there's enough of the pins in that it's going to make good contact. No. Wow. Okay, I picked poorly. All right, let me see if I can find the machine sockets that I found for my short test. Because I sure thought the machine sockets I had, unfortunately, they were the wrong pin count. I thought that the pins went in way better than that. Let me see if trying to find the sockets that I used for testing because I sure thought they weren't low profile, but I don't remember. I don't remember which box I pulled them out of, but I do know they were the wrong size socket. And if memory serves, they were like completely the wrong size socket. So all right, maybe. Okay, let's try the fit again. Maybe one of these is not so bad now that I see that I don't know where the other sockets I have are. So all right. No, that. I mean, I don't know that that's really going in far enough that I. All right. I mean, it's more of a. Weird. That actually feels like that went in the socket I used better than that machine socket. But yet, I think the problem is. Hmm. Someone suggested I just try cutting the lip off of these sockets, but I don't know that. Well, I guess since these machine sockets aren't actually seemingly the right thing, then I guess there's really no reason I can't try cutting the lip off of this socket. Because worst comes to worst, I just have to say that, well, I ordered the wrong things, and the computer will just have to come back when I manage to find the machine sockets that I used for testing, identify what product line they were part of, find the 16-pin socket version of them, and order them. I was at least going to try to find my sharper side cutters, but I guess. Well, that might have done it. And that is cutting the plastic lip off. All right, does the keyboard plug in any more securely? Well, I guess the real test is I need to actually try powering it up. All right, so I cut the lip off the socket. Okay, the cable did push in further, so maybe that'll do. With the keyboard plugged in, you won't see how bad it looks. All right. All right, let's give it a test. Let's see if it behaves. All right. All right. So there we go. Now, the keyboard doesn't have anything behind it to protect from shorting things out, so I'm just going to pick a random box. And all right. So I got the keyboard's plugged in as good as it will go. And okay, that's all right. That's That's what it does when I plug the keyboard in. Alright, so let me hold the keyboard cable down. Well, I have that cable in about as good as it'll go. Alright, either... Okay, let's try something here. Okay, so I'm going to plug one of these machine sockets. I'm going to plug the keyboard cable into the machine socket. And I'm going to plug that into the keyboard connector. And I'm going to see if that makes any better contact. Actually, that does not feel like that's going to make any better contact. But, well, all right. No. At this point, I'm wondering if it's the keyboard. Or the cable. I mean, it is possible that... Joe told me he would make me a new cable, but when I thought the fact was it wasn't making good contact, I didn't, like, ask him to make me one. Now I'm kind of wondering if maybe it is the cable itself. Maybe I should just break down and have Joe make me a replacement cable. Because I've cut the lip off the socket. Oh, there we go. So I pressed down on the end of the cable. See, it's working now. Seemingly. Oh, you can't see it because and it's not. Or maybe it's the keyboard controller. Unfortunately, if it's the keyboard encoder, this isn't going to be a... There's no way it's going to use the standard Apple encoder. Alright, either it's the cable or it's the encoder. Okay, the sockets I got, there's no use in me putting the sockets on the board, because I don't think they're going to fix the problem. I think the cable on this keyboard is making better contact with the socket that's currently in there than anything else. Alright, well, I will at least contact clean the controller chip. In case there's corrosion there. I guess, let me see if I can unplug this cable here. And I'll put some contact cleaner down in there too. Oh, actually look at that. That socket has a lip on it. So that tells me that might not actually be the problem. That bent? Oh, maybe I bent one of the keyboard pins. Hold on, let me. All right, I guess I'm gonna have to. I think the next step on this keyboard is probably to take Joe up on his offer to make me a new cable, because if he remembers, hopefully if I remind him, he'll remember that he had offered to make me a cable. I'll contact clean that socket too. Although the thing is, it's a brand new socket; it shouldn't have any corrosion on it. Yeah, I'm actually now not convinced replacing that socket's going to do anything. All right. Yeah. All right. At this point, I can only assume that it's the keyboard or the cable. Although the thing is, if it was the cable, I would kind of expect it to just not work for certain keys. Quite honestly, if it was the cable, I would expect it would just not work for certain keys. I'm wondering if it's the encoder on this keyboard, which would that would be bad because I don't know what the matrix should be on it. Hmm. Well, I guess that's probably where we're going to have to leave off on computer because it certainly. Well, I mean, I. Okay, well, there is one thing I could try. Let's take this keyboard. Rule out something easy to rule out. Okay. Well, actually, I should probably keep that box there because I'm not going to remove computer's motherboard is, well, I was trying to just lay it on its clips, but apparently I managed to push it down on all the clips. So, all right. For expedience in testing, since I just so happen to have another Apple II Plus clone motherboard. This one was not made by MCA in Japan. It was missing some chips. I think it. I don't remember having to do too much to it to actually make it work. Anyways, all right. So we got. Of course, if this works on this motherboard, then I'm going to be perplexed because I have tested all of the logic chips I put back on computer just to make sure they were good. I want to say that this board does the same thing. So anyways, I got the keyboard plugged in. I'm pretty sure I've tested the RAM on this one. I have, of course, put a copy of the ROMs from computer in it. Oh, wow. Having trouble with keyboard works badly. Okay, I'm not getting any. I'm having trouble typing at all. Did I plug the cable not plugged in right? Looks fine. It's not the greatest socket on this other motherboard. It looks like the keyboard socket on it's broken. I may have to replace it at some point, but cable went in. It feels like it's making good contact. All right. Okay, now the keyboard is working, seemingly. Except I can't type. Okay. I have no idea what's making the noise. I just thought it was the fact that they're Apple II clones and the video signal's like not that great. That is not something I wanted to debug tonight. It's also possible my capture device doesn't like something that's slightly out of spec on these motherboards. Okay, this is weird. I have been all over computer's motherboard. I've replaced all the sockets. And the keyboard seems to work fine in this second motherboard. So all right. Okay, let's let me all right. Okay, maybe all right. It is possible it could still be a socket issue on computer. Maybe the socket I used is not making good contact with the cable. Maybe. I don't know. I'm actually kind of wondering if there's a bad IC somewhere. I'm inclined to believe at the moment that maybe the problem's not the keyboard. All right, let me see if I can find a schematic of the Apple II, or I think I got the Apple II troubleshooting book. Let me see if it has anything on keyboard. Although there isn't. One of these. This SC here looks weird. Well, actually, I'm not sure there's anything wrong with it. Let me straighten the pins and see if it'll go in the socket better. All right. A few of these chips on the end kind of look like I didn't quite get the pins straightened. Thinking that maybe I was having trouble finding my pin straightener when I put chips back in the board. Oh, that actually felt like that went in the socket. Actually, let me check this. All right, I'm going to pull this board out. I'm actually going to. Okay, I think that standoff is. That standoff's just in the middle of the board because there's no. Come on. All right. I'm kind of wondering now if maybe. Some of these. Some of these chips don't look like they're in the socket that well at all. What is up with? Maybe the keyboard issue was never the sockets to begin with. Like, that chip didn't look like it was down in the socket at all. I don't think that's because I got solder in the sockets, because these are the good sealed sockets, but that chip is just like not. I think there's something wrong with that socket. All right. Oh, hey, Jack, welcome. I'm having more trouble with computer because I just noticed that I've got a bunch of chips that are like not really going into their sockets. You just need to press harder. All right. tell if it's... Jack says, the number of chips crack me up. Sylvestron says, 0 being on the far right bugs me. 0 being on the far... Oh. Oh, yeah, that's the character ROM. I don't know why they felt the need to put 0 on it, not like... I mean, I know why they numbered the ROMs 1 through 6. They're trying to hide their nefarious deeds from I don't know who. Not like people can't figure out that just because they don't say D0, D8, E0, E8, F0, F8, that, well, that maybe they're still those ROMs from an actual Apple computer. Yeah, I got a bunch of chips, and I don't know why, but they're not going in the socket correctly. I didn't notice that till just now. And I half expect that if I go look at a schematic of where the keyboard signals go, that I'm going to find that that's where they go. Seriously, I got... This was even after buying the good sockets. They're supposedly sealed, so you don't get solder down in them, and I think there's solder down in some of these sockets. I think that's the whole keyboard issue. It's... I've tested these chips in chip testers I don't know how many times. But I mean, here's the thing. I can clearly see that chip is not all the way in the socket. And that is as I have tried pushing it down. That is as far as it wants to go in. That's the keyboard. See how some of these, it looks like the chip is pretty much all the way down? That one's sitting proud. These two are all the way in. But the thing is, if I look at the next row down, you can see that this one's not seated all the way down. And I mean, in fact, I think at that angle, you can kind of see that the chips are wonky. Yeah, these are actually, after like this row of the board, I was using like 3M brand sockets. Yeah, there's solder under the solder leg, but these sockets weren't supposed to do that. I actually bought the good 3M sockets. They weren't supposed to do that. And yet, I think I'm going to have to replace more sockets on this board because I think there's solder in the sockets. Unfortunately, I'm not going to do that tonight because I do not believe I used flux when I soldered to try to minimize the risk of that happening. Except when I needed it. Well, no, actually, I'd have to go back and look at my live stream, but I'm pretty sure I don't remember using flux because I remember trying to do everything I could to minimize getting solder in the sockets, and it looks like I got solder in sockets, so I'm just going to have to... I'm not... Still don't understand why it's happening, because I can't keep reworking this board. I thought I did everything right. I actually paid for the good sockets. I don't remember using flux. Yeah, the board is nice to look at, though, but I'm pretty sure the problem is I got chips that aren't in the socket. Thomas says I can hot air them in. I can't hot air the sockets in. I don't know. That... I don't know how you hot air sockets in. They're not surface mount. Clearly, I got problems with sockets. Jack says it's also cursed. Yeah, Steve. Look at all the fun you could have had with this board had you bought this thing for $50 instead of me. Okay, so I get to replace more sockets because this project hasn't cost enough already. Well, that's kind of... Okay, that's putting... Alright, that's putting computer being at VCF East in doubt, because... Thomas Armstrong's asking, it works? Leave it. No, it's not working. It works until I plug the keyboard in, and then I get phantom key presses of the block character. So I would define it as it's actually not working. The thing is, I plugged the keyboard into another clone board, and the keyboard's not showing that symptom, so I think the problem is this board, not the keyboard. So, unfortunately, the answer is no, it's not working. So, I am going to have to... Unfortunately, I suspect if I go look at the schematic, I'm going to find that the chips that aren't pushed in are the ones that are responsible for the keyboard. Sylvestron says it's just giving 110%, boss. Yeah. Yeah. All right, let me pull up the schematic. Let's see if maybe I can... I don't really feel like replacing sockets tonight. I was going to... I know I said I would replace the 3 sockets I thought I needed to replace, but that's not the problem. I really don't... I was really not wanting to replace any of the other sockets tonight, because this was supposed to be done. All right, I'm trying to look for the book. It's got the schematic in it, or the troubleshooting guide. You know, I'll... Okay, no, that schematic diagram is awful. There's no way I can use that one. All right. Oh, that's not the book. Is that it? No, that's not it. See, that's the Dead Max scrolls. That's the wrong... Oh, I must not have that book on... I must not have that book on this computer. What's the title of the book? text says computer is Justin's 840 AV. At least the sockets will be easier to remove this time on account of the fresh solder. One would hope. Okay, let me see if I can find the book I'm looking for. Oh. There we go. There it is. Okay. Let's see if it's got a keyboard section. It says a book for the Apple II Plus and Apple IIe, so keyboard problems, page 99. All right. The clones are generally close enough that most of the information on the 2 Plus is applicable. I mean, there are a few differences because of the way Apple did stuff versus the clones. Sylvestron says that yellow solder mask reminds me a lot of Toshiba's silkscreen. I mean, yeah. I mean, the yellow silkscreen is kind of one reason why I think this board might have actually been made in Japan. As opposed to the Taiwanese clones. All right, let's see here. Symptom category, bad key action. Prints wrong characters. Page 101. Unwanted repeat, page 103. All right, well, kind of getting both, honestly. All right. All right, let's see here. So it says to, okay, so I'm going to go through the chips. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to see if any of the chips it says to test are not seated in their socket correctly. All right, and the first one says is there's a 74-166. All right, that one's seated correctly. 74 LS257 at B6. And that one's seated correctly. Ah, but the one in B7 is not seated correctly. That could actually be... That could be a problem. Although, I guess I'll... Okay, I'll test the chip. Alright, so that's a 74 LS257. Alright. Okay. Definitely, yeah, it's not making good contact with the socket. Actually, actually some of the pins are bent. Maybe it's not making good contact with the socket because one of the pins are... Alright. Pins are kind of bent. I don't know if they're bent because I tried pushing the chip in And solder is keeping it from going in, or they're bent because I didn't have it put in the socket well, and I was the one that bent them trying to push it in. I don't know. All right, let me put the chip in the tester. All right, let's test it. All right, the test is okay. So I'm going to try to push it. Now that I've straightened the pins enough to get it in the ZIF socket of the tester, let's see if I can push it in the socket. Well, no. No. All right. Okay, let me see if I can find, I guess. All right. I guess in the name of troubleshooting, I guess I can replace a couple sockets, but I'm not going to sit here and get tricked into working on this thing for hours. All right, let me see if I can find a good socket. Well, the alleged good socket. They are kind of on my naughty list right now because they were supposed to save me from this trouble. Theoretically, I would put them with like the rest of the sockets, but no. Okay, I think I found some of them. I hope they are. All right. Okay. So the chip that needs a new socket is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. All right. Theoretically, this should just work. Jack says, quote, unwanted repeat, lol. Thomas Armstrong says, my wife complains all the time about that. Yeah, I'll replace one socket at a time. Why do I always have that one socket? That one pin. All right. Well, it seems like I have. Oh, it's that one pin that. There we go. Must have been the ground pin. Oh, there is. Is that maybe? By golly, I think that's the. I think that might be the pin that had solder in it. Is that pin that was I was having trouble desoldering? Because as I look at the socket, I can get the camera to focus. Like there's. All right, I'm actually curious enough to know that if I clip the socket here, and I'm trying to cut the sockets that get the pin out, that corner pin out, because I think it might be the one that had solder in it. Because I'd like to see if that was actually the problem. There we go. I got the plastic broken. And oh, okay, that was not the pin that had solder on it. All right, anyways, I got the socket out. I found this a tube of 16 pin sockets. I'm hoping that they're actually oh, okay. I think they are from TE. So hopefully that means it's a good socket. I'm partly tempted to stick the IC in the socket to make sure that I don't like do something silly, but then again, then I'd solder the chip in the socket. All right. Socket is all right. Socket actually stayed in place. I think those sockets have a bent leg on them to help them stay in the board. I'm not using extra flux. I'm trying not to apply excess solder. I'm trying not to apply excess heat. I'm trying not to tease Happy Fun Ball. I mean angry socket. All right. Oh, okay. Well, that. That chip just still didn't go down very well. All right, let's try this. What happens if I take this chip here and push it into this socket? Okay, that actually went in. The problem may be this 257. Maybe it's just... All right. Okay, that is annoying. I replaced the socket. The chip still doesn't go in. I put another chip in the socket. It goes in. What is up with the legs of this chip? I don't see solder on them. Are they just that bent? They're not going into the socket straight? I may have to see if I can find another 257. I don't know if that's going to help. I swapped the two chips because, although they're both used for the keyboard, I don't know if that's going to make any better contact there. I think your sound is cutting out. Noise gate on mic perhaps only happens when not facing the mic. Thomas Armstrong says bad legs. Yeah, that could be it. Let me see if I got another. Let me see if I can quickly find another one, because... '94s, 161s. Those are keyboards, controllers. 126s. Bother writing what those are on there. Cows and gals. Borrow one from my other. I don't like robbing Peter to pay Paul. That's then exactly how I get two boards that are both missing the same chip, when I inevitably lose both of them. But in the interest of time, I'll borrow the 257 from this other board. If I can get it out of the socket, that is. the thing is, I like the fact that I have another clone board that works. I don't really want to. I didn't buy it to steal chips from it. All right, I'm just going to use the Apple II Plus's power supply, so I don't have to go grab the other one. I'm not going to plug the speaker in because it'll be obvious if we have a key repeat issue, because we'll see blocks repeating. Well, that was... Oh, that was not it. Okay, so this Mitsubishi chip isn't making good contact in the socket. It's not pushing down as far as I think it should, but I don't think it's causing the key repeat issue. All right. All right. I will put the clone chip, the chip back in the other motherboard. I will try to put this in the socket. All right. We'll make sure that we still have the key repeat issue, because we should. All right. Yeah. Jesse says Paul needs payment. Sylvestron says just a couple chips until he gets back on his feet. Yeah, I just don't want to, manage to lose chips because I borrow them. And Thomas says, what about Peter? Well, we'll have to rob Paul to pay Peter then, I guess. Could be the 74 LS174 at B5 or B8. All right, let's see if either of those chips are ones that are not seated right. Okay, that one looks like that's in the socket. Yeah, those two look like they're in the socket. All right, I guess what I could do is let me test the 74-257 that I didn't test. And I'll test the 74-174s that look like they're seated right, but... All right. That 74-257, the other one, the one that went in the socket, it tests fine, so that's not the problem. All right. Okay, well, I'll test the 74-174s. Although the thing is, they look like they're newer chips, so... Alright, that one tests fine. And the thing is, it's going down in its socket. Although, the symptom in the book I'm looking at doesn't necessarily match with these two chips, so... But I'm going through the chart, because you never know. Alright, those are testing fine, and they're sitting in the socket right, so I don't think their socket's the problem. Alright, let's see what the book says. Alright. Ah, okay, there's a 74-166. Oh, I didn't test that chip. I didn't test the 74166. That was the other chip that could cause incorrect characters. Okay, that one's fine. It's a shift register. It's tested fine. All right. So, okay, so let's go to the section Unwanted Repeat. Doesn't quite match the symptom because it seems like it's unwanted repeat of bad characters. But anyways, okay, so for bad key action, unwanted repeat, the problem it says is key bounce. That doesn't quite match the description. However, apparently the keys that could be responsible for key bounce problems, as this book is saying, are the 74LS74 at B10 or the 74LS02 at A12 or C11. So we will start with B10. 74 LS74. Now, while some of these chips aren't quite in the same place as they are on an actual Apple II Plus, I think these particular chips that this book's talking about are in the same place. So I'm not too concerned about if the chip number matches that I don't have the right chip. All right, so that chip works, and I think it felt like it was actually all the way in the socket. So, oh yeah, that fit down nicely. All right, 74LS02 at A12. The A12 is going to be this one here. I think that's a 74LS02. Wow, that came out of the socket really easily. Oh, and I could hardly read the text on that chip. Now, that's not necessarily an indication that there's something wrong with the chip. I can't. Is that? Let's see if I can use a microscope to read the chip, because I cannot read any of the text on the chip at all. Could maybe. 74 LS02. Texas Instruments chip. I think this is a remarked chip. Yeah, I've got my T48. That's what I'm using to test these. I don't have a retro chip tester. I'm honestly, this looks like a remarked 74 LSO2. Even if it tests fine, I may. Well, it's testing fine, but I'm going to. I'm going to borrow. I guess I'm gonna borrow the one in this clone board because there's something weird about that 74 LSO2. The fact that I can hardly read the text, and the fact that it looked like where I had removed the chip from the socket, there was scratched paint. All right. Seriously, was that chip the problem? Other than I apparently can't type. Yeah, my scaler's unhappy about this. Well, well, that's quite the turn of events. All right, now let me see if I have another 74 LSO2 that doesn't look remarked. And if I find 74 LSO2s and they look the same as that chip, they are all going in La Basura. I honestly don't know where I picked that one up, but I don't think I need to repeat that experiment because it tested. I mean, the thing is that 74 LSO2 tested in the tester, but apparently when tasked at running at the colossally fast speed of 1 megahertz, it was unable to perform its intended function. And that is why friends don't let friends buy remarked chips. Obviously, there were some ICs that I bought in the 2000 or 2020 to 2022 time period that I ordered from sources I wouldn't normally order from. Yeah, 2020 to 2022, I ordered chips from sources I wouldn't normally use, and apparently that's come back to haunt me. Thomas Armstrong says 7402 are better for something, or 74SO2. Well, it is unlikely I am going to have a 7402 or a 74SO2 just kicking around. I probably that. Sylvestron says Peter does. Well, I don't want Jesse to have to visit me while he's replacing switches at jail. Also, funny one, during stand-up, I was trying to say tip-top shape, and apparently my brain got stuck on naval things, and what came out of my mouth was ship-top shape, and my coworkers laughed. My recovery was, well, I guess I've been watching one too many Titanic documentaries as of late. Luckily, they knew what I meant. Alright, well, it would appear as if I'm probably going to have to probably buy some more 74 LSO2s from Mauser. Alright, let me go ahead and add those to my Mauser cart so I don't forget. Alright, so I'm going to put 74 LSO2 back in my clone board. Because unlike computer, I didn't have to replace any of the ICs that were in it, that I can tell. Yeah, it had only 16K of RAM, so I did have to install 32K of RAM. Oh, it had a busted socket. That's right. There was a busted socket or two on it. That's... Oh, and I had to replace the crystal. That's right, because the crystal broke. Oh, and it was missing the ROMs. Someone had swiped all the ROMs off of it. Anyways, yeah, this other Apple II clone required less work. Anyways, oh wait, do I have a 74 LSO2 in this board? No. Okay. Is there a... You know, I thought I would have to have a 74 LSO2 somewhere. The one in the Super Serial card, no, those are all soldered. Alright. Okay, let me add some 74 LSO2s to my Mauser cart before if I don't do it now, I might forget to order them in probably about a week or so. I'll be trying to get things ready for VCF East. I will probably inevitably need to place an order next week. So let me go ahead and let's see, 74 LSO2 through hole in stock, apply filters, and oh, wait a minute. Mauser's telling me I have ordered these before. And let me... Alright. Alright, let me search my order history. Maybe... Because if I can see when I ordered them, then there's a chance... Albeit slim, there is a chance I might realize where the part might be if I ordered spares. So I ordered this part in May. Okay. What else did I order in May? Okay. Electrolytic caps. NPN transistors. 74 LSO2. 74 LS51. Tantalum capacitors. Wait a minute. 30 tantalum capacitors. Oh, wait a minute. Let's see here. Ceramic capacitors. Back in May. Tantalum capacitors. 30 of them. 10 micro. Okay. So that was the order I placed to repair my coworker's portable PC. Because I did order 30 tantalum caps. It does look like I ordered chips for computer. Possibly. I did order 5 74 LSO2s. This, okay, now that is really weird. Because this is a Texas Instruments 74 LSO2N. No, this. All right. Well, maybe I didn't order those for computer, but anyways, I should have 5 of those kicking around somewhere. Um. Yeah, Sylvestron's asking, since you're getting a new possibly replace it with an HCTO2, not an LSO2, CMOS but TTL compatible, so just as fast but less power consumption. Thomas Armstrong's replying, the HCT aren't as good for this application. The old board, these board designs load the parts down. So, all right, let me take a moment because it is midnight, so it's time to draw the stream to a close. However, it is bugging me where I put those chips. Probably not the ones I dropped on the floor by my feet because there's more than 5 chips there. Let me actually look to make sure they're not like sitting over to my left in the spot where Mauser orders inevitably get put if I have parts in a Mauser order that I don't need right away. Because, oh, looky there, I've got a bag of like 70 tantalum capacitors. I could repair a couple more XTs. Looking to see if maybe the... Nope, they're not there. Okay, let me go over to where I had computers sitting. Maybe there's there. I ordered them for There they are. Thomas Armstrong says, when you're sound asleep, you'll remember. Except, oh yeah, those... Okay, so here's... This probably says everything we need to know. So here's the 74 LSO2s I ordered from Mouser. So they are printed. The printing's not necessarily the darkest, but note they are printed. 74 LSO2N. I think if I would turn one of these over... There we go. 03H49. Alright, so that's how they're marked. Alright, I'm going to take one of these. I'll put it in my chip tester here. Make sure it's good. And I'm going to... Okay, so not surprisingly, that brand new chip from TI, that looking at it, I think I can say that it really does look like it came from TI. Looks good. Now, let me grab the chip that I pulled out of this board. Interestingly enough, there are 3 more chips in this bag. So I used one of those 74 LSO2s on something. And maybe if I looked really hard, I would probably find another one of them just like that on computer. Anyways, here's the chip I pulled out of computer. So let me just set it there so I got something to focus on. Let me see where... There it is. First of all right, I'm probably going to have to turn the brightness up a little. Oh. Turn the brightness up. Second of all, you'll note, interestingly enough, this one is etched. And actually, just looking at the top of that chip without doing the acetone test, which for science we will do momentarily, honestly, that looks like it's painted before I even do the acetone test. But the telling part is the chip lifter scratched it. Now, that does look like that could be a TI part, because it does kind of have a TI style date code. So is it a 7402 of some type? Yeah. But I think it's remarked. Anyways, alright. So I put the brand new TI part from Mouser in the board. Alright. At least want to... Alright, so here we go. Ah. Well, that... Well, on that disappointing bombshell of a note, it looks like it's time to end the stream, and I will stream about why in the world that 74 LSO2 didn't fix it. But anyways, I guess the last thing we got to do, because I've accused a chip of being remarked, is, well, I think there is a rule on YouTube that if you accuse a chip of being remarked, you have to do the acetone test on the chip. So, without further ado, there's the chip I have blamed. I have put a little bit of acetone onto the chip. And... Ooh, it's subtle. It's really subtle. But I see transfer on the Q-tip. I wonder if I do the bottom where I scratched it, if it'll come off more. Oh, there we go. Okay, now that's starting to be dark enough you can see it. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, we're going to go more acetone. I probably didn't get enough on the Q-tip. Yeah, this is a remarked chip. I think this is a remarked chip. Okay, I'm going to flood the Q-tip. Okay, there we go. I think I can. I don't want to get so much on it that I start dripping acetone places where I don't want it to go. But anyways, all right. So we got more acetone. There we go. You can see that I'm really wetting it down, and wow, interestingly enough, there's not a lot coming off the top, but the bottom of the chip. Yeah, there's definitely paint transferring off the bottom. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, there's that Q-tip, and here's this Q-tip. So I definitely see paint transfer. So that is a remarked chip. Here's as if they used something that's not as sensitive to acetone as others I've seen, but yeah. Oh, Sylvestron says, no, that's just dirt. Acetone remarking is very obvious. I don't know. I'm looking at the I've had some anecdotal evidence that they've maybe tried to change up what paint they use to remark them. Because the other reason I said it's remarked is if you look in where those numbers are on the bottom of this chip, if you'll notice, it looks like there's actually, it looks like they got paint down there. That's why I was thinking it might be remarked. I mean, it's possible I just have a TI chip that's failed, but I don't know. It does. I'll let you be the judge whether you think that's paint or just an uneven chip finish. Anyways, it's a suspect chip. We'll at least call it that. I'm going to call it a suspect chip because something seems up with it. I wish replacing it had fixed the problem. There, I put it in my suspect chip bag. Anyways, all right, well, that is kind of where I'm going to draw the stream for tonight because it is getting late. So, anyways, I wish we could have gotten computer up and running, but there does still seem to be a problem with the keyboard. There are 2 more chips left to check in the chart I was following, but I have run out of time. Okay, well, I guess, okay, let me do this real quick. I won't show it on camera, but okay. 74 LS04 at C11, just so we can at least... All right, so the 74 LS04 at C11, I think it's one of the original chips. I'll go ahead and test it. That way, at least. All right, it is testing okay, so. Granted, maybe what I need to do is. Maybe I should try replacing it anyways. But anyways, that will be an activity for another time, because Thomas Armstrong says, good stream, stay warm. Did your T-Rex get a chicken? No, but I may have to feed him a treat. He's been a good boy. Alright, anyways, so I wish computer was done, but apparently there's still something up the keyboard or the keyboard controller or something. So I guess that means there will be more computer coming in the future. Trying to make sure that I don't have... So anyways, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you know when I go live next with the next exciting live stream. So Thursday... Sylvestron says, great work today regardless. Thank you. Computer's time will come. Yes. All right. So anyways, Thursday, we're going to be taking a look at the IBM XT, because I've got a couple upgrades for it that missed December. Plus, I need to test if you remember, I got a multi-IO card that had a battery holder, and I didn't know what type of battery it used. Well, I finally figured out what battery it holds, so we need to test that real-time clock, too. Jack says, fun stream, I'll go back and watch what I missed. Yeah. Anyways, so Thursday, we'll take a look at the IBM XT, and then next week, Sylvestron says that negative 12-volt tant on the motherboard is waiting for you. I've already replaced all the tantalum capacitors on that IBM XT board. Yeah, that was the first thing I did to that board before I tested it. It got recapped. It was like, yeah, and Sylvester says, aw. Yeah. That board got recapped before I tested it. That's how much I trust those IBM XT boards. Sylvestron says, first thing is feed at full voltage and watch the bang. Yeah, no, I sometimes take the fun away from it. Anyways, so we'll look at the IBM XT Thursday. I doubt we'll get back to computer next week. I'm going to reach out to Joe and see if his offer to make me a new keyboard cable is still good. Because I think next time I look at computer, I need to at least have a replacement keyboard cable in case it really is the cable. And Thomas Armstrong says tantalum fire better than lithium. Yeah. So at least maybe see if I can't get a keyboard cable in case that's the problem. I guess I could also go... I've got a spare Apple II Plus keyboard. I think it will work on the clone, because I think the key map for the uppercase letters are the same. So maybe we'll give that a try and see what it does. It's at least worth a shot. It would at least rule out if it's something intermittent with the keyboard or if it's something on the motherboard. I may also, before we get back to computer, I may go ahead and make sure I have on hand known good spares of the keyboard chips on the motherboard, because it's still possible one of those chips is just intermittent. So I don't know when we'll get back to computer, but probably will not be before I get a chance to place a Mauser order. So I'll have to think of what we'll look at next week. Lots of interesting choices. But anyways, I know Thursday, wanted to look at the IBM XT to take a look at those upgrades that missed December. With that, I think I'm going to wish you all a great rest of your day. because it is getting late. So with that, let me make sure I got my finger on the correct place. Anyways, I'd like to thank you all for joining me, hanging out in the chat, being cool, providing some moral support, and cheering Computer on. One day, Computer will work without unnecessary keyboard repeats of the wrong character, and it'll be cool. And hopefully it will be before VCF East, because I would like to take an Apple II of some sort with me. I would like it to be Computer because it's different. Everyone can bring Apple IIs, but apparently, at least as far as I can tell, I'm the only one that has Computer. Although somewhere out there has to be another one. But at the moment, I may have the only MCA Computer. Anyways, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Hope to see you here next time. Take care, and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.